Good afternoon. Welcome to what I guess is technically the second stream I've done, but it is the first stream of building this real grade RX-93 vGundam, new Gundam. It is the Greek lesson new. At some point I should probably work out what the ASCII code for that is so I can type it in the stream title. Either way, welcome to the stream. I'm Alex Tremaine. I started building Gunpla just after Christmas, and I kind of gone a little into it. My first was a real grade unicorn Gundam, which I did a bit of panel lining on the previous stream, which I should really fix for this stream. Well, you learn things every time you do a thing, I guess. So right, so let's correct this so it's actually the right thing. There we go. Right, so we're going to be cracking into this box of Gundam. I haven't opened anything here. This will be I've had a brief look inside it to make sure that all the bits are there, but beyond that we will be cracking into all of this fresh, as it were. Going to be taking this through, going to be building this exclusively on stream, so there won't be any of this build missing, and I hope you'll be with me for the whole process. So let's see what's going on inside. So we have the instructions and a whole host of sprues. I think when I counted them there were 13 or 14 in total, which is, you know, a bit of a relief after the two perfect grades, which were the two most recent I did, which you can see here. We've got the perfect grade Zeta Gundam and the Strike Rouge also. They were quite a task, so I'm looking forward to doing something that's just a little less onerous for this first build on stream. For the future, once this build is complete, I have a master grade full armor unicorn Gundam to build, and then once that's done shall be moving on to a perfect grade Strike Freedom Gundam. So without any further ado, I think we'll get started on this. I'm going to move this box over behind me so it's a little bit away from the microphone whilst I crinkle all the bags. So step 1 is check that we have all the parts, which we do. Step 2 is we begin with the legs, apparently. Well, that's somewhat disappointing. Most of the instructions that I've been using recently, they've indicated at the beginning of each section which sprues you need, so that you can have them ready, but in this case it's not doing that, so we are seeing a lot of sprue G, G, F, C, I, G, A. I think we're going to crack a fair few of these and just get them ready. You can't see it from where you are, but I have a couple of places for, I don't have a lot of space here sort of on the surface for working on. What I do have is some hangers up here to my right, which have which I can hang sprues from, so they're sort of within grasping reach, but also out of the way and not about to get sat on, and they can stay there when I'm not working on the Gundam itself. So I'm just going to unbag some of these sprues, and then we'll get going. So we're cracking into this fresh, so there's a little pause whilst I go through these and just get them to a more convenient location. Ooh, that's annoying. Okay, so what sprue is this? This is L1, right. K is not required at the moment. I1, I think it was requested. Anytime soon. A was requested. What's in this bag? Looks like it's all of the. So sprue G, we needed sprue G, and sprue C1, we definitely needed sprue C1. Right, let's sort through these for the ones that we need access to at the moment, and then we can move on a little from there. So J and K, I think we required J but not K, so K can go up on the hanger. C1 we definitely needed, G we definitely needed, fairly certain we needed A. I. We need I. That's D. This is I. This is F, which we also need. And H. Did anything mention H here? No, I think we're good on that, although we have got a K, so let's have that K sprue down. and we will hang H, and we will hang H and D out of the way for the moment. This one. This was through. What you can tell me? I'm going blind. L1. Okay, no, we don't need that at the moment. Right. So. F doesn't seem to be in great need initially. We've got a few steps before we need it. Oh no, F is going to be needed fairly early on. I1 we will need in a little bit. We'll just put that out of the way over here. A won't be needed until page 2, so that can just hang up out of the way for the moment. G, most of this seems to be G, and C1. So I'm going to just put C1 down here, and then we've got G here. I'll just put J up here as well. And then, right, I think we're ready to get started. So, let's get the clippers out. These are Voltcan side cutters, I believe is the brand. Got these off Amazon, they were fairly cheap. They are, well, I say cheap, they were less than 50 quid, I think. They have a fairly shallow angle on them. I also have a set of the Tamiya side cutters, but these have a slightly shallower angle on them, and they are a difficult to see here, but let's see if I can, there we go. But they are also a single blade. At some point I will have to get a God Hand, but for the moment these are doing the job, and they cut very nicely, and they have a nice feel to them. So this is what we should be using for the moment. So step 1, leg units times 2, we need a G15 and G27. So sprue G, G15 and G27. So G15, where are you? G15, we have two G15s here and here. So let's get those cut out. That's one. That's two on the floor. Or rather, thankfully, on my foot. Right, G20, G15, and we need G27 as well. So G23, 27, which is these two. So let's get these out, hopefully without dropping one on the floor this time. G27 times 1, and G27 times 2. So we've got a craft knife for tidying things up after we've done the close clip, but I haven't changed this blade since finishing the Strike Rouge, so let's put a fresh blade in this to make life easier for ourselves today. Come on, in you go. There we go. Right. So let's start clipping this down. So these thankfully I do like it when, and it's something I've noticed that that the designers of these kits seem to take a seem to make some effort to do, which is they very much attempt to put the gates where possible, places where they won't be seen. So on this piece, for example, come on, they put the gates on the sticky up bits that are going to go into something else, so it saves me some time with the sandpaper on that front. Now, as far as sanding goes, I'm pretty low tech here. I have Tamiya finishing paper because it was what was available, and they are on lollipop sticks, which do the job quite nicely actually. So we'll just clean this up a little bit. I think that's about as good as that's getting. And then let's do a part 27. This looks like it might have be a little bit more visible. It's sometimes difficult to tell what's going to be visible and what isn't, so I tend to err on the side of caution on that front. So we're just taking off the very worst, which isn't much because the cutters are quite nice. I will admit I would like to try a set of God hands, but they're actually a little bit difficult to get hold of in this country at the moment. Or not difficult to get hold of, but they're there's a long wait time on them, which is how I ended up with the Vulcans. But I can certainly recommend the Vulcans. They seem to do quite well. So we'll just tidy this up. I don't know that there's a. I don't think I'm going to be able to get this perfect, unfortunately. But we can remove, tidy up and remove the worst of it. and try not to catch the rest of the part as we're doing so. What I've generally found with these is that it's best thing to do is just take your time. The more you rush, the more likely you are to have something go wrong. My music has vanished also. Hello, Miss Temperance. I think my music may just be very quiet. Has that returned? So, just looking at how this is designed to go together. Apparently, this is where it's fitting. Ah, I see. There we go. That's what it meant. Together like that. So we shall place that there for the moment, and let's tidy things up here. Music very quiet. Well, there's things we can do about that. Let's How is that for music volume? Right, so one of the other things I've discovered is that it sometimes matters which way you decide to cut. So here we have a piece of sprue, and I have the choice of cutting this way or this way. Sometimes it's not obvious which is the best option. As you can see, there's the one I did on the other side, and that was going in lengthways like this. I did it the other way around on the other sprue. I think it's come out on the other part. I think it's come out a little bit more cleanly on this one. So we're going to do it that way again. It's not. The aim is to put as little stress on the plastic as possible, I think, and sort of as little pulling stress by the clippers, sort of when the when the clippers are, there we go, that way. Right, so when the clippers are going in, obviously they're cutting, but they're also pulling the plastic away from the surface, and that's what creates the white stress discoloration on them. So the aim is to minimise that as much as possible and do as much as possible with the cutting, and then tidy it up afterwards with either the blade or the finishing paper. There's not always a good option depending on the part. I've found. But we do what we can, and sometimes you learn as you go. If you were to have a close look at the unicorn I did, or particularly the unicorn, which was my first kit, or the particularly the Zeta Gundam, given the coloration, the coloured parts, stress doesn't show up quite so badly on the on white, which makes this kit and the unicorn a little more forgiving, I guess. But the Zeta Gundam had a lot of coloured parts, the blues and the reds, quite deep colours, and the white stress marks show up fairly clearly on those. And if you, particularly the Zeta Gundam, because I hadn't, because the white on the unicorn had been so forgiving, it meant that I was still making more mistakes than I would have preferred to when I was doing the Zeta Gundam. So I think if you close inspection of the Zeta Gundam and the Strike Rouge that I put together would show significantly less stress marks on the Strike Rouge. He's looking, that's nearly there. And there, as you can see, it's not perfect, but there's very minimal stress marking there. I don't think I'm going to get that much better than it is, so we will carry on as we are. We don't need to be quite as tidy on this one, because these parts are, broadly speaking, going to be hidden. So we'll just take off with the knife anything that is liable to catch, and then get this in place. And we'll just tidy that up a little bit. For those wondering, these emery boards, they're literally just lollipop sticks, and the finishing paper is held on with double-sided sticky tape. It really is very straightforward to put them together. Right, so this was this way round, and then fit together like that. And then these are connecting to F6. F, what did I do with sprue F? I think sprue F is here. Yes, so let's reorganise. I think sprue A is going to be required super frequently. So I think we're going to put G and F up on the close hangers. So F6, we are still making 2 of these, and numbering seems to start from this corner over here. So we are looking at 6. Yeah, that looks right. So let's take these in from the back. Looks like we've got a better angle here. F6 times 1. And F6 times 2. Now, with this being given the colour of this, which is a nice deep blue, I think these are going to be more visible. In fact, I'm betting that this is the heel, I think. Looks like we got boot print on the bottom there. Yeah, that looks like boot print to me. So I think this is going to be the heel, so some of this is going to be more visible. This piece particularly, I suspect, is going to be visible, so let's see how neatly we can do this. Probably a little safer at the front. It'll be hidden under the foot most of the time, but nevertheless, you never know. So how are we doing here? That seems to have come off pretty cleanly. And that seems to have come off pretty cleanly at the back as well. So let's see how tidy we can get this with the emery. You don't want to go overboard with this, otherwise you can end up taking off more than you intended. But by the same token, I'm using 1200 grit here. It doesn't take off all that much very quickly. Sadly, it also means the finishing paper loads up quite fast, but it's the price you pay for a decent looking finish. Now that looks like it's come up quite nicely. Let's give that a bit of a polish. Oh, come on, stay focused. Stay focused where I want you to focus. Come on, you can do it. There it is. There you go. There you go. Not perfect, but you can barely see that sprue mark there. It's actually significantly more obvious on the camera than it is to the naked eye, because the camera just blows it up more. Right, let's tidy up what we've got here. These are all on the same plane, as it were, so we can catch these in one go to a degree. So on a join, I'm trying not to what I'm trying not to do is round off this corner here. So I'm planing sort of flat to one edge and then flat to another. Oh, apparently the stream has crashed. Let's just see what's going on here. There we go. The stream seems to be running. Maybe refresh. Sorry, that was the monitoring tech department letting me know that there may have been a problem with the stream, but we appear to be alright for the moment, so let's continue where we are. So, trying to keep the edge here sharp, whilst still getting rid of the join. It's not necessarily as easy as I'd hoped, and I don't think we're necessarily going to get as clean a... Let's have a look at this. Not necessarily going to get as clean a finish here, unfortunately. Yeah, it seems to be just on that edge that it's not catching. Never mind. I think that's about as good as we're getting. So these go, one of these parts into here. That seems to have worked. That is one. And then let's do this. Well, let's try going in the other direction this time and seeing if that does better. This looks like it might have done. Right, let's do some cleaning up here. Slowly. That's a bit better. As I say, these very fine emery papers, they get loaded with plastic quite quickly, and once they're loaded, you've just got to move on to another part of the paper that doesn't come out particularly well. On the other hand, what you do end up with is a very nice finish. So that's taken that edge right off, nothing visible there. Let's see how we can do on these parts this time. The change in cutting angle on the clippers has made a big difference on this one. Not getting the same stress marks that we did. on the other side. Yeah, let's give that a bit of a polish. Yes. That cleared up much better. They're still a little bit visible, but they're far less noticeable on this one. Live and learn. Right, so to what I suspect are heels. In fact, looking at the instructions, yeah, they're definitely heels. Right, so next is back to Sprugy, which is this one here. What do we need off Sprugy? We need 30, 32 and 33 for the right leg. 30, 32 and 33 for the right leg. So 30 is down here, 32 and 33. These clipped out. Thirty. 32. And 33. Let's get this up out of the way again. Stay. Right, so that's 30, 32 and 33. And apparently we're going to be needing to put a sticker on this part as we build it. It's exciting. Which means I need also my tweezers. Tweezers. The tweezers are, in this case I use reverse action tweezers. I find that a little easier to manage for putting stickers on. So it's squeezed to open rather than squeezed to close. And we'll have our sheet of tiny stickers available to carry on. Right. Rehydrate a little. So let's clip these parts off. So parts on rounded edges. The direction you clip, you're always ending up making a straight cut on a rounded edge, sadly. And then the best you can do is try and disguise that after the fact. Thankfully I think these will mostly be hidden, but we will attempt to just tidy this up a little bit. You can mostly disguise it. They have very kindly again put this gate on a piece that is going to get slotted into another piece, which is nice. And again here. The people who design these kits, their brains work in a very special way. Both from the perspective of designing just the kit as here is a list of parts that you can put together, that you can injection mold and put together into a kit, and then from the perspective of designing the injection mold in such a way that it becomes in such a way that the kit is most efficiently placed on the sprues. Just taking the individual list of parts and then working out how to get those onto a set of sprues is it's got to take some interesting thought, I think. Right, so 32 goes this way, and then this goes, and 30 goes upright next to it, and then we use 33 to close it up. So let's clip 33 off. To be honest, I do find this whole process really rather relaxing. Just focus completely on something and not have to just focused on following the instructions as closely as possible to get the best result, and at the end of the day you end up with something quite remarkable at the end of it, considering what's involved. So this needs to sit in here, but apparently the first thing we have to do is put sticker 24. So where is sticker 24? He says sticker 24 is down here. Really? Nope. Wrong 24. So this is something that caught me out the first time on the Unicorn Gundam. So this says 24, but it's a white 24 and a black circle, and this is a black 24 and a white circle, so it's actually 24 here that we need. White 24 in a black circle, which is one of these tiny little silver circles. This is going to be fun. Gonna be honest, the decals are my least favourite part of this process. Particularly when they're really, really tiny and awkward. Oh my god. Come on. Just stay there so I can grab you. There we go. And then this needs to go into that tiny circle in the middle there. I'm afraid I'm not going to be able to show that very clearly on camera while I do this. But can't argue with the result there, really. So now that's in place, we can then fit this. Ooh, no, it's got the little do it on both sides. Which means we need another 24. And I'm going to have a sad face. These are... well, that's not ideal, but I'll take it. There we go. So that's a victory there. So we've got a little silver decal on each side, which, well, I can't deny it looks good. It was a bit of a pain to get into place. Right, just make sure that they're in place. Right, now we can fit this into here. So this appears to be essentially the ankle joint. There we go. And we're continuing with building the right leg at the moment. So we will be moving to G22 and G23, which are here on G. So 22 and 23, we will have these. It's the best angle to cut this out. Here and there. G22 and 23, so let's clip these clean. It's come off reasonably well. So I don't know how many streams it's going to take to build this. I'm going to be constructing the entire thing on stream, so generally speaking there's only going to be 2 streams a week, Sundays and Thursdays, for the moment at any rate. That may change, but initially I'm only going to commit to 2 streams. Sunday will be slightly longer. Generally try and go until 5 on a Sunday. That's 5 o'clock UK time, 5 PM. And Thursdays there's only going to be 3 hours, I'm afraid, because it's a work night and I am old and need my sleep. So Thursdays, the schedule currently says 7:30. I'll be updating that before the end of the day to say 7 till 10 rather than 7:30 till 10:30. And we'll see how long it takes to carry out this build. I'm not going to be rushing things. I'm looking to get this as neat and clean as possible. It's a fantastic kit that I've seen completed versions of this. I've seen pictures and it looks absolutely incredible, and I do want to do it justice. So I'm not going to be rushing through it to get it finished. It will take however long it takes, and that'll hopefully give me a rough idea for how long it's going to take to get through the master grade and then inevitably the perfect grade, because they're going to take a little bit longer, I suspect. Certainly the perfect grade. My understanding is that the Strike Freedom is one of the has one of the highest number of parts for of a perfect grade that they've made. So we'll have to see how that goes. And yes, Miss Temperance, I know you feel that the stickers are the best bit, but they're also the most annoying bit. Can't deny that they have a great effect, but they are also deeply fiddly. Right, so let's clip this. What I will be doing on downtimes, or on days when I'm not streaming, things I will be doing Gunpla related that I will not be streaming, unless I'm particularly in the mood. I am going to continue the panel lining on the Unicorn Gundam, and probably move on to panel lining the other two perfect grade kits I have, the Strike Revision Zeta. But I don't think that's going to be something I will be doing on stream every time. Certainly not at the moment. It worked very well for testing the stream setup, but I think when it comes to stream time, I think I want to be building rather than anything else. One thing I like about talking about stickers, one thing I like about these real grade models, and I guess it's probably the same with the more recent models of other grades, is the instructions, including sort of stickers you put on as part of the process, decals that are put in place while you're constructing, so that you don't have to take everything apart to find the place where you need to stick the sticker after the fact. But they do only include the things that you need to, the stickers that you need to put in place as you're going. Again, what will almost certainly be happening with this model is that I will be constructing it, putting on the required during construction stickers, decals, and then I will be panel lining off stream probably, unless people are particularly interested in seeing the whole process from beginning to end on this one. I'll probably panel line off stream to off stream in order to and then get the decals on, and I'll come back and show the finished product once it's done. Right, so these two pieces go on either side here, which gives us our arch of the foot articulation. Right, step 01-3, we need F7 and F12. What did I do with sheet F? F went over here, didn't it? No, that's D. I know I had sheet F. That's I, that's J, that's K, that is F. F is here, completely blind. F is the blue. Right, so F7, and actually, you know what? I'm going to go on break for a bit. It's been just over an hour, and I could do with a stretch of my legs and a stretch of the legs and a top up of drink. So going to go on to break, and I shall be back. We'll say 2:15. See you shortly. Right, welcome back. Let's continue on where we left off with step 0103, the ball of the foot and the top of the foot. So we are looking at F7 and 12. F12 and F7. The pad and top of the foot. These are identical both sides, so it doesn't matter which one we grab. Let's get these cut out. This back out of the way. So, stop the ball of the foot. Let's get this trimmed. There we go. Right, let's see how all this cleans up. Again, this is not going to be amazingly visible as locations go, but best to the tidier it is, the better, in my opinion. Alright, that seems to have come alright. Let's just give that edge a bit of a polish. And then two on this side. Let's actually do these one at a time. Last little bit. There it is. Right. This has cleaned up pretty well. Let's give that a little polish, see how that's come out. Yeah, it's more like it. So those edges have come up quite clean. Same on this side, quite pleased with that. So we can now apparently fit that first, and we've definitely got the shape of a foot going on now. Let's tweak that so it's just sort of a bit more right angles with the base of the foot. That sits quite nicely. Right, let's do the top. Let's clip this way. And then finally this last one here. So again, this top edge is going to be a little bit more visible, so I want to get this as tidy as we can. better. I think that came up quite cleanly. And we just need to do these on the back edge. These should be come up quite nicely. They're very small gates. And they're not going to be super visible. Right. Come on, there it is. Very nice. That's come up quite nicely. Right, so this sits on top. And in fact completely conceals the those very nicely tidied up edges that I had on the bottom there, but never mind. We now have a foot, or at least part of a foot. Next step is C1, I1 and C112, I1 17 and G25. Let's start with G because it's closest. G25. G25. Okay. Little sort of I guess a rocket boot type affair. Go boot rockets or similar. And then we need C112. I have C here. C1. C112. Interesting. Okay. What was the last one? I1 17. I1 is yellow, in fact. I1 17, which are these very small pieces here. I1 17. Need one of those. Right, let's put that back there. So I1 17, let's get this done first. This seems, if for no other reason than this piece is very tiny, and the sooner it's attached to the model, the less likely I am to lose it. Tidy up. Don't think this is going to need much in the way of sanding. I get the sense that this is going to be almost completely hidden on the underside here. let's just have a look at how this is fitting. This way. Yeah, so all of the gates are hidden. So I'm just going to go ahead and fit that as it is. Ooh. And that is actually, that's quite striking. Right, as the next smallest piece, we are going to do these booster, this sort of foot booster thing. Yeah. Up. Again, I don't think these are going to be pretty out of the way, but you never know. Right, so this is going a little notchy bit forwards. You can see here, and see. There we go. And we have a rocket booster in the foot, which is rather nice. Splendid. Right, top of the foot. We have white plastic, which is by far and away the easiest to deal with when it comes to clipping and finishing. Throw that down. Okay, that's done. Need to do this side. Right. Yeah, that's coming up reasonably well. that's finished, which means this just clips straight on. Okay, like so. And that is very much a finished foot. As you can see. Right, I'll put that to one side, and let's move on to the next part, which is G11, 12 and 5 apparently. So G11, 12 and 5. So this is G5 and these are G11 and 12. G11. That is G12. And we also need one of the G5s. Like so. Up. Get that out of the way. Right, so we are starting with G11. So let's get this nice and clean. 1, 2, 3. I don't think. Oh no. I'll take just a little bit off with the knife. And then let's move on to tidying up with okay. Right, next is this one. Yep, that's come up okay. And then finally Okay. Right, so we start with that one, then this goes inside. And again we have pleasantly convenient all of these are on concealed parts, so I won't be any need to do any major tidying on them. This way round. Part. Then what's here? One, two, three. Right. Tidy these up. This is coming out quite nicely. As cleanly, sadly. Let's get a little bit more on that. That's more like it. Yeah. Good. And then this part is clip in here, and we have a hinged part here. So moving on to page 2. It would appear no stickers, thankfully. So page 2 we are looking at we're looking at G3, G4, A7, A8 and G28. Okay, well let's start with G, in which case G3, G4 and G28. G3 and 4, we have 2 of each of those, so that can just snip off right here. Not throw it on the floor. G3, G4, G28, which is 28 of these 2 here. Again, these are 2 of the same thing. They're a bit more of a close clip. Right, so let's get G28 fitted and out of the way, because that appears to be something that can happen straight away. Appears to have tidied up all right. Right, let's get the emery on here. Okay. Feeling when your fingers are just a little bit too big. For very tiny parts. Come on. Nearly there. That's probably about as good as that's coming. And then is this? Okay, we can probably go this way. What's that? It's not perfect. Probably the closest we're getting on this. Right, let's do, so this goes in this way around and appears to be like that. Right, let's clip G3 and 4 together. Let's clean this off. Come on. Right. That's okay. This doesn't really need it, but because if this isn't going to be hidden, I will be very deeply shocked. In fact, no, it's definitely going to be hidden. Right, so next is this one. That one and this one. Again, that's going to be hidden. Just need to tidy up here. There's a bit more detail work on this part right by where the gates are. Trying to avoid catching if at all possible. Right, there we go. So G4, G3, clip together that way around apparently, and then that is going to sit into A7 and A8. A7 and A8. We have sprue A. So A7 and 8. 7, 8. Let's clip away 7 and clip away 8. There we go. The way again. So A is one of those multicolored sprues that are very clever, and but these parts are just the same grey as the rest of what we've been working with so far. Off with the knife. Not that there's much. I say that, and then find one that needs a bit of work with the knife before we get onto the emery. That, on the other hand, is fine as it is. So let's start with this one. We might be beginning to get close to needing. In fact, I'm gonna say we are more than getting close to needing a fresh one. I think we are needing a fresh one. Have to make some more of these up before the next stream, because this is the last one I've got ready. Yeah, that's good. But this will definitely see us through to the end of today. Where's the last case? There it is. Perfect. It's cleaned up nicely. Cleaned up nicely. Not cleaned up nicely. Excellent. So, that was 8, so that's the outside one. Nothing really needs anything knife-wise here. So straight on to the paper. That cleaned up it well. Also coming up reasonably well. Yeah, that's good. And then the last gate is it's a little awkward down here. But I think we'll that. That's spot on. Right. So this is A7. This is the combination of G3 and 4, which is set to sit in here. And then we need to take this piece and I see so I think this is how it sits. In fact, yes, looking at this diagram, that is exactly how it sits. And then when this hinges, it moves this part at the same time. Excellent. Okay, so let's clip that in like so. And indeed, that all hinges properly, which is what we wanted from it. So moving on to the next step is a combination of G13 and 6, G14 separately, and G24 separately. Okay, so 6, 13, 14, 24. Oh, sprue G. Sprue G. G6. These two here. Needless to say, this is a there are two of G6 to play with. G6. Then we need G13 and G14, which are 13 and 14. So that's 13. That's 13. That's 14 and G24. Turn this right around so I can see it. G24 are these two here. So let's have that side, and the last bit. And that's everything we need for this step. So step 1 is apparently fitting G24. So let's go ahead and clean G24 up. I feel pretty confident in saying that none of these gates are going to be visible once it's built, so we'll just make sure they're properly clean. Yep, so just make sure they're properly clean, and then G24 sits in here to act as a piston. Then G6 and 13 need combining into one. So that's G6 here. Tidy that up with a knife a little first, and then we'll round this edge off, try and neaten that out. Perfect, but then just take that. On the other hand, has come out pretty much spot on. So just give these a little finishing. Perfect. And then G13. So it's there. This is there, and this is here. Let's just tidy up first here. And then how's that looking? Yeah, that needs a bit more. Definitely needs a bit more. Come on. Oh, this just doesn't want to get that last little bit. There we go. Perfect. Right, that's that tidied up. Where's the next one? Just got to take most of the edges off here to make it look round again. That's good, and again the same here. Round that off. Right, so part G13 and G6 snap together like so. G6 seems to go around either way. Then we're looking at 2, so these go together, and G24 sits into this little slot here, so that when this turns, the piston moves, as it were. Right, so that's that, which means we just need to tidy up G14, and then that can also sit there. And tidy this one up. That seems to be clean, and where's the last one? There it is. I did the second cut the other direction this time round on these, and that seems to have left me with a much cleaner result. So this then clips into place here, and the hinges operate like so, which is quite nice. So we're then moving on to step 01-6, and we have to get all of these. In fact, let's just work with. I'll put it that side. So, moving on to 0106. We need G21 and G20. G20 and 21 can be found. G20 and G21. So let's clip these out. That is G20. This is G21. Right, get that out of the way. So, let's start with G21. We've got here. It's nice and tidy. We'll clip in the other direction on this one, on the other side, although no, maybe not. That's come up quite clean in the end. Okay. Instinct's worked. There's barely anything to this gate, so that's good. And then this just needs a touch of rounding off. Like so. That's solid. So this is G21. And so this is just sitting like so, attached to what is G6, I think. So that allows a certain degree of hinginess there. Let's clean up the other side. So there. And there. Right. This just needs rounding off again. Where are the other gates? The other gates are here. So be nicely clean. Just does that. Well, I'm not going to complain. It'll become clean like that. And then this clips together on this side. So we've got a degree of articulation there. I don't know how much of that is going to be retained once other parts are fitted to it. So the next job is to move to this. So we're adding step 1 appears to be G2 and G26 together. Which way to clip is, it's a little bit trial and error. So let's use this as an example, 2 and 26. So G2 is here. Let's just take this off. Apologies, I should be paying more attention to the chat than I am. G2 and G26. Get that back out of the way. So what you have here is this sort of triangular point that's attaching to the plastic, and in this direction it's an awful lot thicker. So if we were to clip this way, sorry, just trying to, if we were to clip this way, we're clipping through a lot more plastic. If we clip this way, there's less plastic to cut through in one go, but because these clippers are single bladed, it's also going to try and push this piece of plastic this way first. So it's a bit of a, with these single bladed clippers, it's a bit of a take your pick. I'll try and show us we, so if I do this, it's not easy to see there, but it does try and pull it away a little bit, whereas if you were to go come on, you can do it. If you go this way through, it's cutting all the way, but it's a lot further to cut, so it's a little swings and roundabouts, and in some cases what you think might work best doesn't. I generally try to be cutting through as little plastic as possible in any one given cut, so sort of blade along the long edge of a cut, but in some cases really what you want is not for it to be pulling at the same time, so it can be, by default I'll go long blade along the long edge, but that doesn't always that doesn't always work out for the best, unfortunately. Now again, thankfully, I think what we have here are some pieces that are going to be very much hidden. So that's, which is what I like. What it does mean is if you're using a two-bladed cutters like the Tamiya cutters, and unlike these Vulcans or the God Hands, which are single-bladed, if you've got gates like that have these very sharp triangular lines, if you've got double-bladed cutters, no-brainer to just cut right into that triangle, because that'll probably give the cleanest cut. So there is a degree of depends on what you're using as well. Oh, for God's sake, stay where I'm trying to get you to. That might be as good as that one's coming up, but again, I don't think much of this is actually ever going to be visible, so I'm not as concerned. About how it's going to turn out. Yeah, I think that is probably fine. Yeah, none of this is really going to be. So G2 and 26 clip together like so. And then they're going into A3 and A4. So let's get sheet A down. A3 and A4. So let's clip these away. That is A3. And this is A4. Yeah. Right, so let's start with A3. Curve. That's really irritating. It's not ideal at all. Why would you? It's unusual for them to put a gate on a concave curve like that. But we work with what we've got. And sadly, got is this. I don't think that's going to clean up any better than this, unfortunately. What have we got here? This could do with a little tidying with the knife. Where's the other one? This one's down here. Yeah, it doesn't need any knife work. Right, let's do the easy one first. This is very definitely clean, and then the last one is here. Right. So that is that. So A3 then gains see. So this is something that hinges like so. Difficult for me to demonstrate how that's moving there, but that's how it's going. And then this through here. Ah, I see. So that's quite nice. That hinging process there is very clean. Okay, so that's all correct, which means we just need to seal that in with A4. Where are you? Tiny little gates. There we go. Where's that small gate? This is another concave surface, sadly. Be very gentle with that, with the knife, and then just tidy it up a little bit more. Then we had, where were the other gates? Well, if I can't see them, maybe there's one. That's fine. Yeah, that's coming up very cleanly. And the last one is on this edge. There we go. Right, and then that, if we turn it around the right way, that will clip together like so. And we now hinge this little part hinges out as well. Right, so it is 3:30. I'm going to suggest that now is a good time for another break, and once we've done that we will move on to what appears to be, I think this is I. Yeah, I1. So we're going to add a whole bunch of yellow to this. Followed by a bunch of white by the look of it. So, gonna take a break, gonna say, what is it, just gone past. I could do with a bit of a longer break, so gonna take 10 minutes and come back at 22:04. Thank you all for being here. If you've been enjoying yourselves, please give me a follow, would appreciate that. There's a link to YouTube where all of these streams will be archived as well, so if anything gets missed you can pick it up in the future, but in the meantime please give me a follow, and I will see you in, well, 8 minutes now. Right, we are back. Or we will be back if I push the button. That we are back. Hello. I return. It is time to move on to the next step, which is 01-7. So we need I1 12 and I1 16. I1 11 and 12 and 16. We've got to put stickers on. Miserable. Okay. I1 11 and 12 and 16. So I1 11 and 12. So 11 and 12 are here. So that's 11 and 12. And we also need 16. 16 is here. There are two 16s. Which makes sense. Must be one for each leg. 16. That is everything for this one. It's just a little much. Right. So let's tidy these up. So all of these confident I don't have to clean up that side, but this side on the other hand. So this goes in here, which means this must likewise this lives in here. Let's squish that in properly. There we go. That's all good. Right. So that's those, and then we need need to put 16. Let's have a look at this. These edges could be exposed. Like these edges will get exposed when one bends the hinges on the leg, but these were quite neat gates to begin with, so this then excellent. So this then gets mounted on there. And apparently I've got stickers to put on. Apologies, hit the microphone. And booter stickers, but apparently 18 and 21. So that is 18 and 21 here. So looking at this, this side is 21. And looking at this, how do I want to be? I think I want to be approaching it from this angle. Yeah, so let's see if we can get hold of this corner here. This needs to go in. Needs to go in like oh, this is miserable. Sorry, I'm not being tremendously communicative. That's because I hate stickers. But that. That appears to be a sticker. That's, there you go. So that fits in there. And now we just have to do the other side. Yay. So this side we're going to be doing, so this is 18. So for this one we want this corner here. Let's get that out of the way. Hate stickers, they are the worst, but they do look good once they're in place. So that's that. Let's just give that a bit of a press into place with the good thing about the rubber ends of these handles is that they deform into corners that my fingers will not get to. Allow me to press things down where otherwise I couldn't. So that is, oh, there you go. We've got a shiny silver sticker there and a shiny silver sticker on this side and some yellow. So moving on to the next step, which is C14 J11. Okay, C1, 14 and 15. Let's do that first. C1, 14 and 15. So let's take C1, 14 and C1, 15. So that's 14, that's 15. Let's get 14 done. This is that's fine. some tidying up with the arrow board. Throw the part away. Let's try and fix our screw up here. Cut. Tried to get clever with the clipping and it backfired on me. So now we have to hope that the memory board can solve can hide a multitude of sins, and thankfully it's looking very much like there are quite a few sins that the memory board can hide. So C14 clips. On here, like so, nice and clean. C15 on the other hand, C15 is going to be more interesting. So let's just start tidying these up. So C15 has undergates, which is see if I can get this to show. So we have here a gate that needs removing. Okay. Now, unlike most where they just protrude from the plastic and you've got to take them off as they stand. Come on. This comes under, and what we actually have to do is we need to take it off kind of along this plane here, straight across. So we've got to do two separate cuts. So the first cut we're going to do is going to be straight down from what you're looking at here. So we're going to cut come on, we're going to cut like so. Okay. And that leaves a remaining gate there that needs taking off. So the second cut is going to be like so, to take the remaining gate off. Now these undergates, they're not on every piece. Obviously this is the first part of this model that we've come across with undergates, and in actual fact I've only come across them on the real grade kits. So I've only come across them on this and on the Unicorn Gundam. The real grades, they didn't have any undergates on the Zeta Gundam or on the Strike Rouge. So my understanding is that these real grade kits are much more recent than anything else, so I suspect this undergating is a newer way of doing things, a newer technology. To allow them a bit more flexibility in the creation of the sprues, which, you know, makes sense. And actually the undergating does often ends up putting the gates somewhere where they're much less visible, which is, you know, no bad thing. Having the surfaces out of the way, I'm not going to complain about, but it's an interesting thing to watch out for on newer kits. I presume that they're using this on, that it's not just the real grade kits they're using this on, that they're using it on the they're using it on all of the more modern kits. It's just that the Zeta Gundam, I believe, is one of, if not the earliest perfect grade kit, and the Strike Rouge is not. I don't think it's one of the more recent perfect grades, but either way, look out for them. Right, so this is now clean and tidy and fits neatly in place here. That's giving it nice highlights the works with the yellow there quite nicely, I think. So the next step is K7 and J11. Let's start with K7 because I've got K right here. K7 is here, and they are identical on both legs apparently. So we will clip off K7 and let's get this fitted. Are all very nice. Small unobtrusive gates, which are going to be next to invisible. This one on the top is a little bit of help from the knife before we go in with the board. That's good. Alright, so K7 goes this way up on the back, and it's actually, it's not terribly clear on the camera, but it's actually a slightly different shade of white. It's just a little darker than the C. It's more of a sort of very pale grey or a cream, as opposed to the bright white of the C1 parts. And J11. Now, did I have J here? is this? That is not J. Was J the one we left in the bag? No, that's L. So J must be here, but J is right in front of me on the keyboard. Right, J11, which also has undergates. So J11, and again these appear to be the same on both legs. So let's clip these out. Let's do the easy one up here at the top first. And then again we have these undergates that need doing, so I'll clip that and that. And then those. Right, how did these come out? These undergates often require a little bit more shaving off with the knife when you're done with them, but those have actually both come up fairly cleanly. And again, this is not, these are, due to the way the undergates work, these are not on surfaces that are going to be visible, but the neater it is just in general, the happier I am. And we just need to do this top edge. There we go. Right, so that is J11. That sits up here at the top, and again J appears to be the same colour as K, just this slightly darker white. So now we have, well, there we go. So let's just do the hinging here. So those two, the front and back there, slide against each other on parts J and the C1 and J11 that we've just fitted, which is quite nice. So those hinge against each other, and then when you want to hinge just a little further, you've got this jet that pops out. So there we go. That is that done, except for G1. Number 1 on a sprue. Always nice to get number 1 on a sprue. So G1 is a little booster which goes on the end. Piece of sprue there. Let's put G away. Ooh. Let's do clean most of this off. Again, the problem with clippers that cut in a straight line on a curved surface is that you end up biting into the curved surface and having to needs covering up with the as best you can with the finishing paper. Definitely going to have to make a few more of these emery boards before the next stream, because I'm going through them. Problem with fine grit finishing paper is that it loads up very quickly. I've got plenty more paper, and believe me, I have plenty more. You would not believe how many more emery boards I have. How many more lollipop sticks rather I have available. So this then clips on here like so, which is I think why when we, there we go, so that jet pops out when you bend the leg like that. Just to give you the lollipop sticks, this is one packet of lollipop sticks. From a box that contained 1,000. That Amazon only let me buy in multiples of 2 boxes. So I have 2,000 lollipop sticks and no likelihood that I'm going to use all of them ever. Because who needs 2,000 lollipop sticks unless you're building, you know, if you were building a Gundam out of lollipop sticks, perhaps that might be relevant, but I am not building Gundams out of lollipop sticks. I'm building Gundams out of kits made for the purpose, and will continue to do so. So we are approaching the end of the right leg. We need J12, which is here, and it is another one where it is the same on both legs, and it is also all three of the gates are undergates on this. No, there were no further things there. So, undergates. We're on J12, so let's clip these. Where did that go? Oh, tiny pieces of plastic. Then this one, and this one. Where did the other tiny piece of plastic go? There it is. Tiny pieces of white plastic together. Right. And we've got to do the other parts of the undergates. So there's that. And then there's this one. And the final one. do some cleanup here. Needs, didn't get quite the right angle on that one, so that's needed tidy up. A little closer on this, but not ideal. But better to leave plastic behind and then take it off carefully, than take off too much plastic and not being able to put it back. You can always take off more, but you can never replace what you've removed. That, however, not perfect. Pretty clean nevertheless. And then this one, that one's actually much cleaner. And the other two were okay. So this J12 lives here. I see. I should have, I think I should have been doing that before trying to fit it, but never mind, it did the job in the end. We will follow the instructions more carefully in the future. Right, K6, J13 and C113. Well, J is right here. So J13. These are not the same on both legs. So we have a J13 and a J14, both of which are slightly different. So that's J13. We need K6. And again we have a K5 and 6, one for each leg. So we need K6, which is this one. I need to not hit the microphones with the clippers. Right, so where were we? That was K6, and we need C113. So we have C1 here, and we need 13, which is the same on each leg. C113, so J13 is the next one to be fitted, which is this one here. So let's get this. Gates here. interesting angles at which the sprues were linked to the part. Nice. Cleans up fine. And then that also cleans up fine. So this is the next one to be fitted. It goes this way round and lives there. Plastic sprue. Right, so then let's do, this is saying this one next, which is really nice tiny gating. Deep snip. And snip. That's nice. Right. Polish. A little bit more. That's come out all right. And the last one was down here. That's not going to need much at all. Right. So. Done. So this then fits on here so. And then finally we're fitting K6. Some interesting angles on the gates here. Throw my tools all over the place. I'd rather not have to replace anything. Right, so that is now K6. There we go. So next F11. So we need F4 and 5 and F10 and 11. So F is the blue sheet if memory serves. Yes. Just going to have so F4 and 5, F10 and 11. So F4 and 5 are here. There are 2 4s and 2 5s. So 4. And F5. And then F10 and 11, and again there's 2 10s and 2 11s. So I think we are, these are going to be identical on each leg. Let's hang that back up out of the way. So let's start with start with F10 and 11. We've got undergates on here again. Not this one, but just needs a little bit more tidying. So yeah, undergates again. I'm going to be honest, undergates do make for a cleaner finish. I don't know if it makes it easier on the designers. I guess it must do. Gives them more flexibility in the depth of the pieces, in how they inject the pieces they're moulding. I would assume, but from my perspective, what it mostly does is it makes it very easy to hide. It makes it very easy to hide the gates. So if it's good for them, and it's good for me, I'm hoping we'll see more of it. Right, so this was, which one is this? This is 11, so this goes in here? Yes, it does. Take these undergates off. Just clean those up a little bit. Sometimes one's fingers are the wrong size and the wrong shape for holding the part that you're holding. Right, so that presumably slips in on the other side. And indeed it does, like so. So, F4. So we have one regular gate, and then two undergates. These two not quite on the same surface. It seems like they should be, but it's not quite perfect. fit, and then how are you fitted? Like so. That looks rather clean. Let's do the last. Part on that one. Okay, interesting. Slight curve in this surface, which makes getting the clippers on it a little bit challenging. But I think we got there in the end. And again, the advantages of undergating. Is that despite the slightly uneven nature here, it's all coming out pretty clean, and it'll be hidden anyway. So I don't know why I'm worrying about it. Right, so that piece is now fitted. Now we have that action. We also have that action. Which is rather nice. And in addition, we've got this piece that moves as well. Now then, next step is fit the foot. Fitted. So yes. We've got this action here, which is also rather cool. So there we go, we have a leg. We have the left, the right leg, the right leg. That's all finished. That was quite satisfying. And that's come out looking rather clean and tidy, I think. All in all. And of course, those nice silver stickers that I put on are completely bloody hidden, unless you tilt the leg in the ankle in exactly the right way, in which case they become very slightly visible. So all that faff trying to get the stickers on, and it's barely relevant, but it worked nevertheless. We've got there. We have achieved right leg, which means the next step is left leg, which we have already started. because we do have the heel. I know it's a small start, but it is a start nevertheless. So we're going to continue on. I plan to stream till 5. I will continue till 5. We probably get the foot built in that period, I think. The rest of the foot. So let's see what let's see how that goes. And that will the next stream will be Thursday. It'll be Thursday 7 PM UK time, so 7 PM GMT at the moment. I would be very grateful if anybody watching would follow. Give me a follow, that would be wonderful. This stream will be up on YouTube. Link to the YouTube channel is in my Twitch profile. For anybody who wants to rewatch, I'll get the YouTube video up as soon as I can, really. But in the meantime, let's build a foot. Right, so G 30, 31 and 34. G 30, 31, 34. Did not clip all the way through. There we go. .30, 31 and 34. Let's get that out of the way. So we're starting with this one. Let's do that. And that. And that. G30. 31, 34. Okay. Nice. Polish that up a little bit. So that part, and then that part. Right, then we just got this one. And a little bit of clipping. Up nicely, and that is an ankle joint. Oh, stickers. Stickers are the worst. Got to put these tiny little metallic dots on. Stuck to my thumbnail. Let's try this again. Move this into place. That looks pretty good. There we go, that's one. And this is the other. So this needs to go oh my god. Stick a Y. In case I've not mentioned it, fuck stickers. Oh my god. see if this works. Oh, look at those. Apparently, when in doubt, apply the sticker with a knife. Right, that's that miserable bit out of the way. Let's try this again. So, we need to be going this way. G16 and 17. G16 and 17. Oh, yes. I see. At the time, well, we might finish the foot. We'll see. Stickers took longer than expected. So So he says, looking at the other foot, there's actually none of these that are going to be visible, so I'm going to be a little bit more cavalier. Well, not cavalier, but I'm not going to bother going after this with the emery paper. So where are we? Because all of this is going to get covered up. Right, F12 and F7, that's the blue. Go. Again, if memory serves, these gates all get completely covered up as well, but they do need a little. On the side of caution, nevertheless. there. We have that was an error. Gouged that not terribly well. Okay. At the very least, disguise that error pretty well. Those came up clean, and that now fits like so. We have a foot, and we need C1, C1 12, C1 12. Came away due to a crack in the sprue, which is somewhat unusual in my experience. Right, let's tidy this up. Definitely going to need to make up some fresh emery boards in time for the next stream on Wednesday. Thursday, not Wednesday, ignore me. Thursday. Where am I? That lives there. And we need $17. There it is. up these edges very slightly. There we go. And then finally G25, which is the little foot rocket. Probably best that rocket boots don't exist. Probably best. I know I'd be a menace with rocket boots. I suspect that would be the case for most of us. I like the idea of rocket boots from a purely personal perspective, but I do wonder if having a desire for rocket boots should automatically preclude you from being able to have them. Right, that is a foot with said rocket boot, and that I think is where we're calling it for the day. It is 5:05. We've finished one leg, we've finished the other foot. We've come very nearly to the end of page 6, I guess. Though we did not start on page 1, so that's a little misleading. But in the meantime, thank you to those of you who watched. It's been greatly appreciated. It would be lovely if anybody who has watched and has enjoyed themselves would be willing to give me a follow. I hope to see some of you on the next stream, which will be Thursday at 7 PM. Despite what it says on the schedule, it will be 7 PM, not 7:30 PM. GMT, that is. Thank you again for joining me. The VOD of this will be uploaded to YouTube within the next day or so, probably go up tomorrow at some point. My YouTube channel is in the link, is in a link down below. Yeah, thank you again for sticking with this. This build will continue from exactly where we left off, and it will do so on Thursday. Thank you all again. Have a good evening.